Hello? There we go. Okay. Sorry, my mic wasn't working for a second. Anyway, hello. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. We are back. Heading to Mordona to do a thing that I definitely remember. I hope everyone's having a phenomenal day. We chillin'. We get a new weapon. I mean to scour the annals. For knowledge of Midgardsormr, given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few— Do you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? Here's something I want to make sure of. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, we're good. Coffee Mancer, 'tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Royal has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. It is plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Royal quitting the city via the Gate of Nald, with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Meridianum, I'm certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Ew. Even as we speak, Captain Ilbert and the First are hot upon Royal's heels. Pray, make haste to Camp Blue Frog to join the hunt. Alrighty. I'm on my way, Alphino. Make haste, damn it. I'm trying. Not trying hard enough, but I am trying. It doesn't like you today either? Why? It looks like it's working okay. Oh, I passed Camp Blue Frog. Whoops. I also need to talk to Rambrose. We're gonna focus main story first. Wait. Camp Blue Frog isn't even here. Oh my god. There's actually lore behind why every mount can fly. It's the wind crystals. Like, crystals soaked in wind ether are put in the saddles of mounts. Oh, he's right here. They didn't used to be able to fly. My thanks for coming, Scion. I've spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Royal walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not mishear. We have Raban's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, and so here we are. You would think. Royal must not be allowed to reach Castor Meridianum. I'm on it. I need to draw this on the next drawing stream. Look at his little ears! Wiggle in the wind. You'll unsub? Oh. Or at least warn me. This wretch was with Royal. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. Oh, oops. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own, the god's damned harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Fireball. I got these stone skin. Oops. Oh, but I know what I'm doing, I promise. I don't, but it's okay. I can pretend that I do. Oops. I leveled up! Hell yeah. He's gonna die. Have a problem. Okay. Only one casualty. Not bad. Bind her, and do it tight. Yes, sir. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Hilbert, you mean I was better? I was the cool one there. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members. One of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. Oh, damn. 30, you know what? That's 35 more than I would have saved. What would you know of Lo? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it our God's-given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It's no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you've forgotten, Rabban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our backs, almost said skirts. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye. But no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different, then? 'Tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth. And 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice, and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Hell yeah, cool hippogriff mount. Those missions though, like when games do that, I actually like, they're sad, but I like those missions because it puts in perspective that your character isn't like all powerful. Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that the sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Rabban chose his.
I've heard. Truly bothersome business.
Oh, you were struggling to log in?
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Rabban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night.
We're about, I think, a patch and a half away from Heaven's Warding.
You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little sultana to the last.
I also agree. This little shit. He's a little shit. Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. He is a shitling, yes. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Raubon, and that shall be the end of it. Had a case of insomnia. Sorry to hear that. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Menphilia of all that's happened. I am aware that the antecedent held Royale in high regard. For better or worse, she will want to know how this tale ends. No. Don't spoil anything. Absolutely not. Rising Stones. Because I'm not like you, I don't skip through the story.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino.
Alfino.
To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say.
How the hell did she just say that? I definitely didn't say it like that.
Together with Raubon, Aline lent us much needed aid at the time of our order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat.
Yeah, ARR story. That sets up the story for every expansion after.
When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul
Honestly,
is
yeah.
composed of, we're basically guessing.
There's other, like, helmets and stuff that do that. Like for the aura, there's certain ones that'll have like spots for the horns. I love it.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had two pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the orosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
What a liar.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
While you were afield, word arrived
Oh,
from
that bad?
Shani in Motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance.
Yeah, that happened to me a couple of times over the last week. Like, I usually, when I go live, when I go live, I have to refresh Kick to be able to see the stream pop up in the actual dashboard. And I would hit refresh, and then it would, like, still show I'm offline, but my restream is telling me I'm streaming. And then my OBS looks like it's fine, and then I'd refresh again, and it's like, oh, this account doesn't exist. And I'm like, what do you mean it doesn't exist?
It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Oh.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my
Huayu?
right hand.
In what world would I have guessed that's how you say that? Huayu? What?
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Huayu. I don't know why. It sounds funny to me now.
Alas, these provisions
Why
did
you?
not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone.
That's fair.
In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
It's Papalymo, Thancred, and Ida. And then you have Urianger.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Voris Zos Galvus.
Orange.
So he was Huayu's true master.
Why you? You little...
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea.
I didn't make fun of Thancred. All I did was say his name.
In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple. if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, why you must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
Alphino must away. His people need him.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished.
He's just a little bit grumpy. I don't think he slept well.
Purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12. I swear it.
Hell yeah.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace.
Wait, what did it censor? Why did it censor? They said gibberish.
I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs.
Oh my god, it's an actual salad. So, okay. I don't know if it was ever in this cutscene, but there is an old cutscene that they ended up, like, reworking the textures for the food in. But before they did it, they literally used, like, landscapes to make, like, greens. Like, it was hills and stuff. It was pretty great.
Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. this would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us,
Can't
the
please everybody.
monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve.
I have not. I've heard a bit about it, but I've not actually, like, seen any of it.
In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few.
Not gonna lie, these cakes look really good, and I kind of want one.
The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends.
Welcome back. Wait, here's a question. What's everyone's favorite dessert?
For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it
Dessert?
is not only the syndicate
Like
that
sweets.
must be dissolved.
Or if you don't like sweets, favorite snack? What?
Nay, you jest.
Sorry, I just talked over a really huge, like, thing.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you my intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue.
Creme brulee? That's not bad.
As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Do you not like croissants? Those are pretty good. So girl, if you can't choose one, choose like your top 3.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
Also, she just broke the news that she's gonna step down as the Sultana. That's what I talked over. I'm super sorry.
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Uldar will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people.
I know that.
Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
I said dessert or snack, if you don't like sweets. Wait, why holy shit? Oh. I have to do the other trials. Oh, yeah. I know. Sorry. To be fair, there will be a recap. Even if it's a little late. It shouldn't be late this week, though. With no follow-up? What do you mean? If Ifrit bleeds, we can kill it. To the waking sands I go. Honestly, I love tiramisu. That's definitely one of my favorites. I can. If you could be a dessert, what would you be? Jiggly. Confirmation has just arrived from the Immortal Flames. 'Tis as Urianger said, I fear. The Amalja have already summoned Ifrit. Confrontation with the Lord of the Inferno is inevitable. I would like nothing more than to lend you my blade, but the students of Baldesion insisted that I refrain from taking to the field where it concerns primals. I know not the workings of it, but it would seem that recent events have left me especially susceptible, oh my god, to tempering. As much as I hate missing out on the fun, for everybody's sake, I must sit this one out. Instead, I will focus on gathering and analyzing data. But you don't like tiramisu? Huh. What an emote. Oh my god. Now, the Immortal Flames have already conducted a preliminary investigation into Ifrit. They may well have information that will be of use to you. Do pay a visit to the Hall of Flames and speak with Commander Swift. Oh, those are the, like, biscuits that are usually in the middle of, tiramisu. They're, like, dipped in rum, or soaked in rum, and then made part of the dessert. One last thing before you depart. Doubtless you remember Minthilia's words, but this Ifrit is a far cry from the primal you first defeated. You will want to assemble your most dependable comrades for the mission. Be safe, my friend. You call them vanillas? Yeah. The king lives. Oh, we're totally oh, whoops. I double-clicked. It was most disturbing for me to learn, then, that the Mogul's Guard have once more succeeded in placing their manic Potentate. Potato upon his thorny throne. I could not for the life of me say the word. Methinks the agents of chaos doth lurk in the shadows of this deed. Only with the Asian's guileful intervention could they have called the king back from the Aether with such haste. They do kind of look like potatoes. You don't like most cakes? I'm really picky about cake. I'm also just really picky about my desserts. If the texture is bad, I hate it. As ever, it falls to thee, to the Blade-born of Light, to banish the Paragon's dark ambition from our realm. The 12 only know what dire power doth corrupt the savior of these gentle forest folk. Oh, I don't like sponge cake at all. Cheesecake's alright, depending on which one. Thy name hast been called, Coffeemancer. A more moderate faction of the Mughals hath joined with the Order of the Twin Adder in an effort to open thee a path to the good king's domain. I bid thee make haste to the Adder's Nest, and once more pledge thine aid in deposing the royal myth-made flesh. Okay, hold on, because I have to do specifically like the first 3 trials. I kind of like ricotta. It's not my go-to. Nenebaru. Where am I? What am I doing? Hall of Flames is literally right over here. Oh, absolutely not. No. We thank you for coming. The Flame General will be heartened to hear that you have answered the call. As we have already relayed to the Waking Sands, Ifrit has returned. Oh no! It wasn't sweet, no! The disappointment. For the sake of peace in the region, we humbly request that you vanquish him. The primal is to be found in his domain, the Bowl of Embers. To get there, you must use the Beastman Aetherite found within the depths of Zaharak, the Amalja stronghold. The Amalja have constructed their own Aethernet from salvaged Aetherite shards. This being the case, you should be able to use it without problem. No doubt, you already know this from your fellow Scions, but the present incarnation of Ifrit is far stronger than the last. Facing him with any fewer than 7 of your stoutest comrades will be ill-advised. That is all the intelligence we have to share. The rest is in your hands. I shall pray for your victory and safe return. No, I think it's ricotta was used to make the cake. I don't think they named them the same thing. Can you imagine the chaos that would cause? Oh, no. Well, Alamigo. I don't dislike ricotta cheese. I can have like small amounts of it at a time. My mount can fly no higher. Well, fly higher anyway. Oh. I think I actually have to go this way. Hold up. Wait a minute. Yeah, I do, because otherwise I don't think I can get over... Can I? Yeah, I can. Okay. You see a fucking cake? But if you love ricotta cheese, wouldn't you be happy? It's a whole cake made of ricotta cheese. Why would you be upset? Do you not love it enough? Are you lying about your love? Are you lying about your love for ricotta cheese? I can't believe you'd lie to me, Oz. Just for that, I'm gonna... One day, I'm gonna have to make sure you receive a full cake of ricotta cheese. Sure it does. Yeah, I can't do pineapple on pizza. Nope, not happening. Why am I doing that? Really? That's a pretty big difference. They don't even have the same texture. Oh, I have to... Okay, so I have to clear Bowl of Embers. Do they? I've never actually seen, like, a wheel of ricotta cheese. I've only ever seen ricotta, like, in pasta and stuff. Yeah, like, it was mostly cream. Whoa. No, YouTube would not let you say that. That's why I was like, wow, I can't believe that didn't get censored. And then I remember you did make it back to Kick. Oh. Everybody's here in their relic gear. Let's go to the Adder's Nest to unlock this one. Hello, Ghost. Interesting. The more you know. Ghost, what are you doing? Coffee man serve the Scions. Glad I am to see you. I assume you've been apprised of the situation regarding the Mughal monarch. After your previous deposal of the king, Kuplo Kop approached the Mogul's guard and attempted to convince them of the error of their ways. That I do know. Unfortunately, it appears his efforts at persuasion had rather the opposite effect. The royal sentries reportedly flew into a frenzy and focused their righteous indignation into a new summoning ritual. Thank you for sharing. Mayhap it was the unwavering intensity of the Mogul's Guard's prayers, but the king has returned to the forest enveloped in an almost blinding aura of majesty. Kublai Khan tells us that this dauntingly maniacal avatar has now taken to calling himself Great King Mogul Mog XII. Suffice it to say that the Elder Seedseer is willing to condone the necessary act of regicide. For the safety of all who dwell within the Twelfthwood, it has been decided that the king must fall. Oh. I didn't see what that was. Oh, shrimp posture check. Did that have a noise? Am I crazy? Am I hearing things? That scared me. I am losing it. That wasn't real. I'm just talking to myself in a room. Why didn't hydration check have one then? What? A certain member of the Elder Seedseer's personal guard has already escorted Kublai Khan to the ward that shields the monarch's domain. Those among us with the ability to see Mughals are often in high demand, but considering the urgency of your mission, our leader felt it best to expedite matters. I've been missing my doctor appointments. Actually, I haven't. Okay, make your preparations and set out as soon as you are able. Kublai Khan awaits you in the bramble patch in the East Shroud. Oh. No, it was a follow. Thank you for the follow. That's what the noise was. That's why the other one didn't have a noise. I was like looking everywhere. I was like, what? I might have made that one too short. It's just been... I crochet just plushies. I just speak to them. Oh god. Oh man, this queue ain't about to fill, and I actually have to do this one. I was about to go unlock the other. Where is it? To Quarry Mill we go. And your name will be Oz, and you get to be the grumpy one. And this one is Sagrel, and they're my arch nemesis. Just created a whole ecosystem. Okay, it's this way. Don't worry. I never forgot. I'm sorry, but I must insist that you... Oh, an adventurer. And a... Oh my god, the queue. Oh, hell yeah. For a second, like I know what that meme is. But like, I thought it was cakes. And not the god. I will never stop thinking about cake. We truly are fighting fire with fire, huh? Well, I gotta use my fire first, Oz. There's definitely cake? Hell yeah. It'll be good then. No, I don't think the cake is alive for that one. Woo wouldn't do that to us. They would. They absolutely would. It's okay. Ow. Pain. Suffering. Should have used flare. Wrong. Wrong ability. Whoa. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. I am casting spells here, sir. Please. Oh my god. Oh. I can't trust my ping enough to slide cast. At least not until I actually build up spell speed. Ooh. I rolled a 10. What was Clive struggling with? Okay, let me actually... I'm sorry, but I must insist that you... Oh, an adventurer, and a rather seasoned-looking one besides. On the off chance you're not simply here to gawp, perhaps you can lend us a hand? You see, despite the fervent protestations of those dusk whites over there, we cannot permit civilians within the ruins at this time. Clive's run is tragic. Capable men and women like you, on the other hand, are more than welcome. That is, if you've got the stones for it. I do have some stones. I don't think they're the same stones you're referring to. Pray seek out the others stationed at Quarry Mill. They can apprise you of the details. But it turns out to be like the Gotham Knights bike. Where it's just slightly, like, incrementally faster. It just gives you speed lines to make you think you're faster. Oh, right. The bramble patch. Oh my god. I'm all over the place right now. Alright, let me unlock Palace of the Dead, since we're already here. Why? Because I love Palace of the Dead, Oz. That's why. I'm not doing it right now. I'm just unlocking it. Oh my god, I know. You won't catch me in the dark, Bramble, I'm so sorry. One day, maybe. Just not today. Well met, adventurer. I take it you've come to learn more of the recent happenings at Isomhar. I'm not about to run Palace of the Dead, I'm just unlocking it. The site is of interest owing to the Gelmoran ruins, Gelmora being an underground city which predates Gridania, in case you were unaware. Any road, a few days past, we received reports from several anthropogeographers. Oh my god. That a magical gateway of some sort had appeared in the ruins, and that all manner of creatures were coming and going through it. My men and I were among the first to examine it, and well, it's hard to explain. We crossed the threshold into a set of corridors we'd never seen before, and then suddenly each and every one of us was filled with an explicable sense of dread. It was all I could do to take even a single step. According to Iuna Kotor, who accompanied us, the ruins are warded with powerful magics that sap the spirits and aether of all who enter, rendering them easy prey to the creatures within. Thankfully, he managed to devise a solution. Aetherpool arms and armor, which safeguard and channel the wielder's energies, that they might withstand the ruins' magics. Unfortunately, it does little to prevent us from losing our way, though it beggars belief, every time we've dared to venture into the ruins, we've found the path to be changed. We suspect this too may be the work of an unfathomably powerful mage. Needless to say, something strange is afoot. The traditional tactics are not like to suffice. Even experienced adventurers will need to proceed with caution. Why don't you just have Mini Stola chillin'? Huh? Why don't you, Oz? Ghost is literally not even looking at me right now. He's very upset. In any event, if you believe you have what it takes to brave the ruins and discover what secrets lie in its deepest depths, you need but say the word. You're right. Okay. That is unlocked. House of the Dead now accessible. Hell yeah. Okay. To Hawthorne Hut. Why Stola? I'm gonna unlock this and then I need to go get Garuda's trial. Oh, I knew you'd come. At least, I was hoping, Kupo. Not long ago, I had a stern word with the Moggle's Guard about the dangers of turning pleasant fairy tales into disturbing reality, but they insisted that the intimidating force that is good King Mogglemog XII, may his scepter of judgment ever command our respect, is exactly the sort of savior we need. The Moggle's Guard are afraid, Kupo. Afraid of how the forest has changed, afraid of the never-ending conflict, afraid that we Moogles have no place in this new world. I'm scared of all of those things, too. But the thought of unleashing our royal menace upon the 12th Wood scares me even more, Kupo. Please, you must deal with them firmly before this goes too far. A measured thrashing, of course. Nothing too brutal. You can enter Thornmarch here, through the tear I've made in the ward. Take care, good fortune, and in the meantime I'll go let the others know that the great King Mogglemog XII, may his reign end with minimal bloodshed, will be vacating his throne, Kupo. Alright, that's unlocked. I need to go pick up the quest to unlock Garuda's. Can't we just extinct them? I should do the Dark Knight questline. But I need to get Heaven's Word for that. See, I understand that. I'm so bad at, like, baking and making desserts. Things never turn out the way I want them to. I can make, like, shortbread, though. That's not bad. Ah, Coffee Mancer. I hear you've triumphed over Ifrit. Of course, this is no less a feat than I would expect of a warrior of light. But well done, all the same. Now, I full had a mind to crack open a bottle of 1547 Bacchus, but the celebration must keep. Garuda, I am afraid to say, has also returned. As you well know, Garuda's appetite for destruction far exceeds that of other primals. Not to dishearten you, but in her latest incarnation, that appetite has become nigh insatiable. Because of all the waste. In the short time since her return, she's already wreaked tremendous havoc. You must send her back to the Aether before she can do any more damage. In the meantime, Ida and I will assist the Order of the Twin Adder in their recovery effort. When you previously faced Garuda, 'twas the Enterprise that bore you through the storm that shielded her domain. Well, that storm is as a spring breeze beside what she has raised this time. No airship could hope to penetrate it. And so we must count ourselves fortunate that the Order of the Twin Adder chanced to discover a beastman aetherite leading to the Howling Eye. It's not that burnt. Before you do aught else, I suggest you pay a visit to the Adder's Nest and have words with Commander H. He will be able to tell you about the said aetherite, among other things. Make no mistake, the Lady of the Vortex will prove a formidable opponent, but I believe that you can weather the storm. May the 12 keep you safe. Where do I think I'm going? Hello, Mr. Buttons. Coffee Mints of the Scions, we're grateful for your aid. As you already know, the accursed Ixal have summoned Garuda once more. Since her return, she has wasted no time unleashing her fury upon the region. Extensive damage has been reported in both the Twelfthwood and Kurthus. She must be stopped, and soon, lest more lives be lost. In the name of the Elder Seedseer, I humbly request you put an end to her reign of terror. As in the past, Garuda keeps her court within the Howling Eye, which is perpetually protected by a raging tempest. Fortunately, we've learned of an alternate way into her domain. The Ixal have constructed an aetherite within Nadalan. Their stronghold in the central highlands of Kurthus. This aetherite will take you to Garuda's tempestuous realm. We owe this discovery to the Ishgardians. You know what? I didn't even think about that. You're right. She's actually just a barista. Who the Elder Seedseer says desired to repay the kindness he showed them for the sake of our people, as well as theirs. May your mission be met with success. Hey, my Blizzard 4 gives me a crazy good iced coffee, okay? Damn it. It's fine. Oh, hell yeah. So a small coffee is a Lala. That's pretty funny. Hell yeah. I need my ley lines to make cold brew. Here, we can go finish this quest while we're waiting on this queue. Why am I teleporting? I can return to Thanor. Oh yeah, the barista at the end of the universe title. I got it on my main. I can 100% get it on this one. I had a whole barista glam. This is taking forever. Maybe it really was too good to be true. Here you go. Thank you, miss. I've been waiting for what felt like an age, but finally it's here. My miracle draft. Oh, do you not know what this is? This, my friend, is a phial of the mysterious brew called Fantasia. Legend states that any who drink it before lying down for a nap awakens a new man, or woman. My Colosseum debut is coming up, and I'm terribly nervous, so I thought this medication might bestow me with the self-confidence I lack. And a chiseled, muscly body besides. I can't wait to show off in my supplicar. Take this to the medicine merchant with my compliments. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to make my dreams come true. Wait, is it here or is it over? No, it's by... There it is. Okay. Good, you're back. And with my payment, I expect? Here you go. Every last skill accounted for. I knew you'd be right for the job. Now for your payment. But what's this? Oh, Lalafell no more. A friend of yours. I can't say I recognized him. My client? You mean that little Lalafellan gladiator? Well, yes, isn't that what your medicine does? Who's to say? I have no way of proving that man was indeed my client. But if it would sate your curiosity, I believe I can spare you a file for your own experimentation. Now, my business here is done. We will meet again someday, though. Whether we recognize one another is less certain. Okay, I'll drink my water. I'm sorry. Nice. So now we have 2 Fantasia. Oh, you got her? Lucky duck. To be fair, I haven't tried that much. I think I've only tried like 22. What is that quest? Dishonor before death. That's lucky. What level am I? I'm level 53. Huh. Who'd have thought? Weaving. Red mage. Goldsmith, mining. Looks like you better start searching. I want to unlock this trial. I don't know if I'll be able to get a queue for it, though. I love using Rossi. I saw him clear as day, or clear as night, you might say, with me own 2 eyes. More fearsome than the rider, it was his ghastly steed. I know not where we've travelled, but I can assure you we've not seen more frightening a beast. One thing I can tell you, friend, that was no spectre or shadow. Nay, he was as solid as you or me. Good luck with the honk shoe, me. Hell yeah, we love Rossi. Or in PogChamp. And then I use... this one. Where is... there it is. I will enjoy coffee dancing, thank you. Oh, if only I could macro everything without it being like super annoying. Don't sneak up like that. Don't sneak up on me like that, friend. Forgive me. Ever since espying a glimpse of that ghastly horseman, my heart won't stop racing. I knew the elementals would punish us sooner or later for daring to disobey their will. This is surely a sign of sinister happenings and happenings to come. Wait, what am I doing? I just need to go, I think, to the Conjurer's Guild. Where's the Archer's Guild? Archer's Guild. A knight clad in shadow-forged armor, a mammoth sword, and Hellsborn steed. It's clear now. Our worst forebodings may have proven most unfortunately prescient. A ghostly knight atop his baleful steed. It is as I feared. The rumors bear a most inauspicious resemblance to the references in ancient scripture describing Odin, the dark divinity. It is my suspicion that the dark horseman of rumor is indeed Odin, and furthermore, that this malevolent presence is a primal, and yet before the god's quiver takes action, I would seek the counsel of one versed in the holy writings. Make for quarry mill and seek out brother Oapesi. I would know what he knows, and be swift, Bean. If Odin is truly come to the shroud, time is not on our side. Too far away. Boo. Alright, to quarry mill. I mean, worst case, I can steal Big Coffee Bean to help with queues in probably about 15 minutes. You must be the adventurer I've been expecting. Ah, yes. Odin, the dark divinity. Though Lord Lewin is understandably distressed at his arrival, as one who has read the scriptures, however, I'm not entirely surprised. Odin, as the ancient writings have it, rode forth into our world, wielding a dark blade capable of cleaving earth and the heavens. By his fell blade did perish earth herself, and countless multitudes of her people. At long last, a great hero of Alag did arise to do battle with the dark god. Odin was slain, and his spirit sealed within a forest spring. For years, this was thought to be a mere wives' tale. A ghost story told by mothers to frighten their young ones into obedience. But recent archaeological studies at Alagon ruins have unearthed damning evidence to the contrary, and now, these rumors. The scriptures claim that the dark divinity slumbers in Earth's fount, deep in the heart of the shroud, where the power of a crystal confines him. I've ventured into the forest and seen the crystal with my own eyes, but this was many years ago. It's entirely within the realm of possibility that something has gone terribly awry, and the fetters of crystal confine the dark divinity no longer. I would send you to Earth's fount to investigate the matter. But be forewarned, your path will not be an easy one. Should any evil spirits stand in your way, this water of cleansing should avail you. I'm gonna take the Exostrider. Okay, we gotta bring this back. Where am I going? What am I doing? Getting stuck on terrain. The crystalline jail that held the dark divinity in check. Were you able to ascertain what's become of it? Magical energy still remains in this stone, though its powers have grown dim. What's more, behold how the stone has been cleaved clear in twain. By Odin's fell blade, there can be no doubt. Yes, there can be no doubt as to the identity of our unwelcome guest, and yet it is almost curious. If the dark divinity rides free, why does he tarry in the shroud? Any road, you are to be commended for your bravery, adventurer. Simi is preparing a report on this very matter as we speak. I would be most grateful if you could share your findings with her as well. Oh. Here somewhere. You! Hell yeah. Yeah, please. Okay. She's not in my line of sight. Ow. Oh, whoops, I did not fully replenish my mana there. That's fine. I promise I kind of know what I'm doing. Get her. Hell yeah. Welcome back. I'll get one of them. Oh, it's Mifu, I think is her name. The one that runs like... Hell yeah. The one that's always after Tang Tang. She's a great sword user. But I guess that's kind of to be expected, because I don't think they have fist weapons, like, as one of them. I'm waiting for them to roll. Yeah, I agree. Are they really trying to wait it out? They are. Sometimes people will refuse to roll for loot, so that other people will just give up and leave. Oh, no, they DC'd. Someone else DC'd. That's what we're waiting for. Hell yeah. Maybe they did. Nice. Okay. It's just, unfortunately, that's not the most common thing I've run into. They have the hat. They are all powerful. You'd be surprised how often it works for people, though. Nope, it's this way. Exactly. So both Ifrit and Garuda are now vanquished by your hands. Truly, you have earned yourself a rest. Would that you had the luxury of time to enjoy it. It pains me to say that Titan is also returned, and with a vengeance. As was the case with his primal brethren, he's grown stronger than he was before. When I went about my investigation, all indications suggested that the kobolds were nowhere near ready to resume their summoning rites. But it turns out they're deceiving us. I should have known better. The kobolds' subterranean domain runs deep, and they can easily hoard crystals with our being none the wiser, and a vast hoard it must have been. Till now, Garuda was the most powerful among the three recently active primals. But according to our latest readings, Titan has usurped that honor. A primal's might is determined by two factors, the amount of crystals it has gorged upon, and the fervor of its believers. I would like nothing more than to measure precisely how strong the Lord of Crags has become, but I fear the time for such prudence has run out. Yes, it would be mean. There are, there are beast tribes. They're kind of split into two factions. So you have the kobolds. There's a faction that isn't actually, malicious and aggressive, and then you have the faction that's tempered and want to constantly summon Titan. Just like the sylphs. Yeah. They can be good. We've already received an official request for assistance from the Maelstrom, and as you might expect, it is addressed to you. For your previous encounter with Titan, you traveled to his his domain. By way of the Aetheryte first discovered by the Company of Heroes. Sad to say, this Aetheryte no longer seems to respond. But do not despair, for the Maelstrom has reportedly found another in its place. You will want to speak with Commander Riki at Maelstrom Command for the details. I cannot stress this enough, but Titan has grown fearsome strong. See to it you spare no preparation. Yeah, that's what Y'shtola was trying to explain to Merylweb. She basically tells her, hey, the only reason they're summoning them is because your people and all of the, people living in Limsa Lominsa and its surrounding territories keep pushing further into their territory, like the Beast Tribe territories. And with the Garleans showing up, obviously the Beast Tribes don't really acknowledge the difference between them. To them, it's all just mankind. Maelstrom Command. So they, out of self-defense, are trying to summon their primals, but unfortunately them summoning their primals is like a threat to all of life in Eorzea. Storm Mage. Ah, Coffee Mancer of the Scions, your presence is most welcome. I'm chagrined that we must turn to you again to lay Titan low. No doubt this is yesterday's news to you, but the Lord of Crags has returned more ferocious and formidable than he has before. We cannot fathom how the kobolds were able to obtain such vast stores of crystals, and in so short a time. We will learn the answer in the coming moons, I suspect, but the first things first. Whoa. But first things first. We need you to vanquish Titan before he and the kobolds have a chance to wreak havoc in Limsa Lominsa. You felled the primal before, and we believe that you can emerge victorious once more. They just walk around the streets. Yeah, you know, that is better than summoning the Capybara Primal, but I feel like a Capybara Primal would be the, They don't like dogs. The people are the capybaras. We've learned of a new Aetheryte that will take you to the navel. It's situated deep within Ugamura Mines. The Cappy people. Not the most convenient of locations, admittedly, so you'll have to cut yourself a path. Please make all haste. Titan's mere presence emboldens the kobolds, and 'tis only a matter of time before they move in force against us. May the Navigator guide you on your way, Coffee Mancer. Hell yeah. It's such a benign primal. How could we ever not have Namipon? Oh, oh. Catch me if you can. Oh, can I not go through here? Oh god, I'm stuck. Is it here? No, it's not here. Oh god, I'm stuck again. Oh, wait. Aha! Found it. Don't do it. Okay, he didn't do it. Right. We are on our way. So it is indeed as we feared. The seal of Earth's fount has been broken, and the dark divinity rides again. I must draft a report immediately. Your assistance in the investigation has proven invaluable, adventurer. You have our thanks. With your aid, I have finally managed to complete my report, a thorough survey of all eyewitness reports, along with the most credible theories regarding the dark divinity's presence in the shroud. I intend to deliver copies of the report to Brother Oapesi and Beau Lord Lewin myself. The Scions, too, will no doubt be eager to learn of our findings. I would be most appreciative if you could deliver a copy to Urianger in my stead. Clearly, I don't. I'm still learning. My duties demand that I remain composed, but in all truth, I fear for the fate of our people. Should the time come that the dark divinity draws his blade against Gridania, promise me that we can count on your aid. Exactly. Not Englishman, sir. I'm just a coffee bean. That's gonna be my next PNG. It's just gonna be a coffee bean. That is true. Aren't there two, technically? Or does he have multiple accounts? Urianger. We have a delivery. I'm most heartened by thy safe return. Wert thou able to cast light on the shadows that haunt the shroud? It was. True. I've never really, watched any of his stuff, I just have heard about him. So it is true. Having awakened from nigh eternal slumber, the dark divinity now rides free in the shroud. Whilst you were afield, I immersed myself in the scriptures. The more I scoured the words, the more I did realize that the writings draw heavily upon Alagon historical chronicles. History is quite a fascinating beast, is it not? One nation's glory is another's suffering, one nation's great hero, another's most abhorrent villain. I mean not to speak in platitudes, only to say that there is never but a single side to any story, even a story that is presented as historical fact. To what end did the great hero of Alag seal Odin in a jail of crystal? What impels the dark divinity to ride once again? Cast thy light on the shadows of history, friend, that we might be delivered from the darkness. Okay, I have to finish the naval. Okay. By the high deeds were the people of Kurthus spared certain doom at the hands of a deiform entity. Yet if the missive we have received from Lord Dromon of House Adurandare speaketh true, 'twould seem that hard-won respite hath come and gone. Recovered from her wounds, the Lady Iceheart hath rejoined the struggle against Ishgard. Worse, 'tis said that her disciples have already laid claim to a hoard of crystals. A hoard far exceeding the quantity, but recently wrested from the caravans of House Forton. 'Tis all but certain that the heretic's mistress intendeth to call upon Saint Shiva once more. And so, once more, must Eorzea's blade of light be brought to bear against a primal. None save thee hath might enough to defeat such a foe. 'Tis for this reason that Lord Dromont hath requested thy presence at Whiteburn Front. Pray he thee thither with all haste. Rianjay, why are you like this? The Lord of the World slain at thy hand. Was indeed both heroic and historic, a tale to be told down the ages. I fear, however, that the terror of the Indigo Deep did slumber but briefly in the ethereal sea. The Maelstrom hath assured me with unhappy certitude that Leviathan doth stir from the abyss once more. Should this indeed prove the case, then we face a most troubling and chilling predicament. The Lord of the World is a voracious being. Not less than a treasure trove of crystals would serve to lure the entity back to our plane of existence. 'Tis folly, then, to believe the sea-bound beastman could gather such a haul with such impossible alacrity. Sahagin, I believe, have been entertaining Ascian guests. A threat of unprecedented magnitude now loometh over Limsa Lominsa. Take thee the swiftest road to Maelstrom Command and offer thy stalwart service. Thy shining light must needs illuminate the ocean's darkened swell. I love that I was standing on a table, as if I wasn't already tall enough, while I listened to him. He thee thither. Yes! Yes! She seems like such a normal height here until one of the scions is next to her. Please. Please. It probably could. No. There we go. We're in. We made it. Hell yeah. Who's ready to be yeeted off the island? Yes. Cool. That still hit me, of course. Yes. I did not move nearly fast enough for that. Oh, it's Titan. They got the Rock of Shame. Oh god. Hell yeah. You come back here. The lyrics for this are literally Bow Down Overdweller, Titan. That's it. It's just saying that over and over again. Not the Rock of Shame, no! I don't want to be in jail. I appreciate this Astral Potion. It got me out. Had I been there, I think a little bit longer, I probably would have actually died. It's true. I'm okay without the Titan weapons. I got commendations. I'm just a DPS. I didn't do anything. I just smacked the boss. Yeah. The other healer had already left and they were the only two trying to help me out. I usually will stick with commending healers. But that's because I'm biased towards healing. When I'm healing, I commend the tanks. Mostly because it's usually the supports that get the queue faster. But I do commend DPS every once in a while. Okay. We should... Oh wait. We should be able to do it now. Hey, I hope you have as well. Thank you. You don't vote Winston's in Overwatch. Yeah, usually like when a DPS does something that I notice, like if they're actively using their mitigation, or like when I see a black mage sleep a pack of mobs, like things like that. I'm like, hell yeah. Use those abilities. Or if I see a red mage, chain res. You had a cold? Oh, that's awful. I'm so sorry. I'm most eager to address the Ascian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. Thank you! I was really excited when I finally finished it. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. I didn't even notice. Lest you forget, antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Coffeemancer, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. You didn't even give me a uniform, Alphino. Honestly, same. If I notice that I've, like, put the wrong word in, I usually fix it myself. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Rauban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If you could ban me for harassing myself, no! Maybe a timeout if I ever figure out how to do it. I don't know how to do it through Restream. I can only do it through Kick. Oh, whoops. I don't know if I've read that. I think I might have. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be for the best if I were to remain in Ul'dah. Unless you have an objection? No self-harassment. I should add it in. We're all struggling. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Mumbrita's research is proceeding as planned? So she tells me, though I'm not familiar with the details. Urianshe is poring over his tomes of the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Coffeemancer, while we focus on the task, mayhap you could assist Alphino and his braves with theirs? It would do much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. I hope that the cold has at least lightened up. Question is, can you breathe through your nose? Because that's always the best part when the cold starts to pass and you gain the breathe through nose ability again. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. My god, he's so tiny. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Real's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'dah riots. When you're finished here, join me outside, Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Pleasure as always, Coffeemancer. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it? Actually, I had another task in mind for her. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for her benefit? Right then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons, what found their ways into refugee hands a ways back. So happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while what caught an arrow while talking to Coffeemancer, don't it? Yeah, the one we lied to. We were like, yeah, we'll protect you. He instantly died. Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods. Savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Coffeemancer? Stoic head nod. Then it's settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge to intervene when the exchange takes place. Clearly, none of us can speak English today. We're all struggling. Oh my god. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah and expect good tidings. Little Tataru hanging out in the background there. She's just waiting for people to walk in. Oh my god, we're gonna see our friend Hihi Baru. Hihibaru, hello. Ah, Coffeemancer. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a woman of your standing, and the Commander Leveilleur needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Coffeemancer. I'm on it. Wherever that might be. I was like, why can't I move? He was still saluting me. Oh. Burning wall. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the Black Marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Oh, that hurt a lot more than I thought it was going to. I just wait for my health to come back just a little bit. Whee. Oh. What? I swear, I didn't try and double click that. Here it is. I don't understand. What's this all about? Cry of pain, I think. That's suspicious. Why didn't we just take him into custody? As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard, and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Levier will be most disappointed. Damn it all. A golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slipped past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of Duskwhite sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames or the Brass Blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we've secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Uh-oh. I will join the first in their hunt for the Duskwhite sellswords. If the gods are good, we'll catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Entrust them to the Third's Yu Yuhase. He will take care of the rest. Aw. Well, you're not alone. You're with us. We're all chilling. We're hanging out. Where is he? The Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Kurthus. Now, what brings you to us this day? A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer. Courtesy of Captain Ilberd, you say? Understood. Once we've catalogued the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riel stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly Riel is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'Dan merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. Well, that's not very nice. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the Fourth to earn their keep, huh? Fight well, Alianne, for the freedom of all. This guy's gonna grab the box bigger than him and take it to the Immortal Flames. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution until we meet again. Coffeemancer. A word, if it please you. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time. Don't you worry. I'm just gonna take this Aethernet shard. It's not that far, but this is still faster. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and the bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burnham Wall. When you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. Ooh, what is it? That's not quite how the first told it. These dusk whites they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. I have to get Requiem. When's it supposed to come out? Like, does it have a release date yet? Or is it just that they're letting us know they're working on it? But you never saw him yourself? Not before the fighting started, and not after? Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've ever deciphered a moneylender's books, or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days, the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Ooh. That's so close. I'm not even gonna be able to finish the second game before that comes out. Damn. That's if I got the game now. Forgive me, friend. I've a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then. Let's get back to it. Oh, I definitely want to play it, though. I want to play all of them. The first one was so good. Coffee Mincer, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you're able. We are chillin'. I just want to play everything all the time. Rising Stones. Yes. One day we'll just have to do a stream where I start when I wake up and end stream when I go to bed. And we'll just play all 23 games. Exactly. They all happen to be Whiskerwood. Thank you for coming so quickly, Coffee Mancer. We've a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady, by all indications. Our guest is with the antecedent and the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? Can't stay for 23, but 11 or 12? You know what? However many is perfectly fine.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer.
Which is fair. People got lives. It's okay. The VOD will always be there, and there will always be another stream.
The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
I read it wrong. I thought you said, it's okay, Bean. I can't even stay for one. I can. I promise.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragon Star burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth.
Some wow shoulders, hell yeah.
Consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye.
They really are. Oh my god.
The brightening of the dragon star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald. Only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Zorma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Zorma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights.
Lucia's cool as shit.
Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Of course. Stoic head nod.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Yeah, so there's still the dragon war happening over in Ishgard. That they're like, yeah, we gotta go deal with that, so we're not gonna be here. Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Urianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius van Belsar attempted to seize control of Mordona, though massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day, Midgard Zorma. Legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. And what would later... what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's ceruleum engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing aether for realms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done, and precious little time to do it. Oh, they're all the way out. Okay. Okay, I need to get saw greens. Is there someone I can buy them from here? Field gear? No. No.
I'm just finished work. Let me live.
Right? I need to go. Okay. Where do they be? Found them. Oh, I'm stuck. You're in luck, miss. I was about to send word to Remnant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain, at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then. The Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again. Well, from here that seems rather unlikely. But if it's assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. Keeper of the Lake now accessible. Let's go. $7 ain't bad. Ooh. I need to go talk to Rembros, but I don't want to do it during a queue, because if the queue pops, I'm pretty sure it's a cutscene when you talk to him. Okay. But we can go talk to Drummond. Can I steal you? Can I steal you for a queue? Wait, Sequel, if you log back in on Enfield, you'll have to tell me when you get to the doot. Yeah. Let me up. Let me in. My gratitude for your timely return, Coffeemancer. Would that it were under better circumstances. Our efforts to contain the heretic threat in the Western Highlands beyond Snowcloak have suffered a grievous setback. In order to support expeditions further afield, we sought to establish an outpost in the heretics' former fortress. Under guard, our craftsmen began the necessary improvements. We get to Hell yeah. And for a time, all proceeded according to plan. The building work had scarce begun when Iceheart's minions descended upon the fortress from all directions. If I were to guess, I would say that they deliberately delayed their attack until sufficient supplies had been delivered to their doorstep. I do not begrudge my men their decision to flee. By all accounts, it would have been a slaughter. Any survivors condemned to a fate worse than death at the hands of their leader. However, by abandoning our crystal stores, we've given the heretics the means to summon their patron saint. Glorious. I beseech you, Coffeemancer, slayer of the gods of beastmen, who banished once before the demon who threatens us now, lend us your strength, infiltrate Snowcloak, and put an end to Iceheart's machinations. Thank you, my friend. Though I pray you can stop her before she completes her ritual, I have faith you can defeat Shiva should it come to that. One of Ser Emrek's temple knights awaits you at Snowcloak. He shall guide you through secret tunnels to the Aetheryte at the heart of the heretics' fortifications, whence you may gain entrance to Iceheart's sanctuary as before. Oh, is it gonna be good? I haven't played Valheim in like a billion years. It better is. Wait, it is. Wait. Oh, that's true. Yeah, they haven't updated in forever, haven't they? Hell yeah, Big Coffee to the rescue. No worries. You're totally fine. Yeah. He's a good one. I'm doing this backwards. That's okay. Just gonna continue to use freeze Because I keep forgetting my AoE ice phase. Oh. Not in range. Lies. It's just holding a gun. It's actually kind of funny. Here. I don't need the ring. Uh-oh. The gate stopped me. I'm so excited to get to like high level Black Mage. What the hell? Oops. Wait, so what are they adding in Valheim then? Because I haven't, like, seen anything for it since I first started exploring, like, the marshes with the mosquitoes and stuff. Like, it's been a long time. Deep North. Ooh. Sounds fancy. Planes. Right. I literally... No, you're good. I mean, I usually end up trying to see everything before I'm even supposed to be in that area anyway, so I would have spoiled it for myself regardless. I haven't done anything since before the Mistlands, so it's been a very long time. I reinstalled V-Rising. I have yet to open it again, though. So you can't kill them. This is actually really cool.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Hi, it me.
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy Lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
I need to play Dragon's Dogma. But I don't have it with me here. I have it on my Xbox. I think it's actually my Xbox 360. And that's in the States. Just a 20-minute walk. You're right. I need to learn to walk on water. Or I could be like those lizards. The ones that run so fast they like run across water. Do you give up and go back home? Oops. Oh, was I not in that? I'm so sorry. Yeah. My attempt at being a team player wasn't a very good one. I'm trying. My slide casting is trash. I don't have any spell speed. I rely so heavily on my spell speed. Look, I'm doing the best I can. Oh, wow. Okay, they're gone. Scouting. I'll take them. Thank you.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution.
We do not speak fast.
I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, noble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
coming down by October. Shall not harm thee, he said. Tis but a flesh wound. Yeah, it looked like it might hurt, just a little bit. I get the feeling this is probably not good. Just saying. Looks like it might be a little bit bad. Looked a tiny bit worse. Yes. A little bit worse than a splinter.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker.
It's like an end of days. It's fine. We've already established none of us can speak English today.
Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand.
I love that restream only counted it once.
I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
Look at it!
The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait.
My speech like slurs really bad when I start to get tired. Actually, unironically, yes, we can keep it. This is a minion.
Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp.
VA paid by the hour. He's like, how can I make this even more worth my while?
Her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
Something in Skyrim that spoke so slow was irritating. Was it Parthenax? I don't remember its name. I know it's like P-A-R-T-H something. You may summon Midgard Zorma by selecting the corresponding entry within your minion guide under character in the main menu. That's Mount Guide. I can't read, clearly. And we keep it. Let's go. We now have a little mini Midgardsormr. Oh, a massive blob with eyes. I'm sure I know it. I was beginning to fear the worst. Or those explosions I saw. But you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphino left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. I'm teleporting. Lucia's still here. Hell yeah. I mean, Skyrim refuses to let you forget it. They've remade the game 6 times over. And by remade, I mean re-released. Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Enric's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it? Then I would hear your report. You conversed with Midgardsormr? I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish, and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection, and more a rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. That's fair. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Enric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgardsormr in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection, and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Enric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. He doesn't even reach, like, my character's waist. Is there something you're not telling us, Coffee Mancer? You seem different somehow. 'Tis almost as if you're missing something. Something important. 12 forfend. Midgardsormr stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you all right? How do you feel? I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgardsormr made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Wyrm. Althik and Nemea, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgardsormr ever watch over the source from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Hydaelyn herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Oh, is she just leaving? Art thou a pawn, or a master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal?
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
The two in Eorzea?
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not
Oh wait,
privy to their
yes.
exact
Ishgard
nature.
is still in Eorzea. Okay. I was like, wait a minute.
Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises.
Yes, I believe he would.
I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
She must away. Her people need her. See you soon, Lucia.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgard's armor who roared, a call to arms by one of the First Brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded. Ere I forget, I believe Membrita has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there's been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I have completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. You were very inspired. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we?
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void.
Back to learning with the Scions.
Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
I think so.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute! Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
Yeah, because it's the third time she's had to be reminded that the white auracite cannot hold on to ether for a long time. Or for like any amount of time.
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve, and I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you?
Oh,
Why
my
would we need
eyeballs.
to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out.
She's like, don't worry about the theories, I've already done the thing.
Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
How does he always walk through that door like he's been in on the whole conversation the entire time? Does he just wait outside of it while they have their meeting so he can have a dramatic entrance?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go.
She's like, well, damn, you got me.
Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arsians will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a Crystal Brave, you are yet a Scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thancred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you're able. Go well, and be safe.
It would seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilbred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Your duties take you to northern Thanalan, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamine travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. How extraordinary that my little Asilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares in your direction, milady. I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way, then? What a legend. You know, it's my mom's birthday today, and I've been waiting for her to let me know when she's, like, free, because I don't want to interrupt any, like, plans she had for her birthday either. It's raining? Personally, I love the rain, but I understand not everyone might, and sometimes rain means bad things. I'm trying to check something. Yeah, she's not messaged me all day, so I'm probably gonna have to call her. In just a little bit. But it can wait. Because I don't want to interrupt anything she's doing, and she's 5 hours behind me. Oh, you have to head out. Oh, that's right. Well, thankfully they pay you more, but yeah, definitely be careful. In the States right now, I think it's about 6:30. Commander Levier sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalja. But returning to the task at hand... Yeah, I'm assuming she's probably gonna be busy. For at least like an hour or two more. If they did do anything today, I don't know. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raubon's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing: getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein, that we might coordinate our counter-strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you've arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. Private Bean, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design, no less. By my order, the flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak, though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this. I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial army. I would once again ask for your aid. We've been keeping a close eye on the Garlean garrison, and 'twould seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I have apprised your fellow scions of the situation, and am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray, report to Lieutenant Alien, and lend your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. Glad to have you with us, Coffeemancer. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castrum Meridianum. Their main column assembles to the north near Dalamut's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilbert. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless holed up in Ul'dah, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses, and add their numbers to your counterattack. The reinforcements are welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye, 'twould be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much cerulean. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. You with the Third, then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept those squads, hiding out in the west, and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuyuhase. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground, and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. Aye, this will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. Man. Ooh. We're good. We made it. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean that between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they've certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another one of those Magitech horrors. It's time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I'll contact the 4th and let Lieutenant Alien know the west is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Private Bean, what news of the Garleans? Their raiding parties are no more then. Excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Alien has reported a sound victory over the main column, and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rogadan lady with the large axe. It would appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. At the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but northern Thanalan is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know, as Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one.
Hell yeah.
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on.
Yeah.
The world's a
Moonbreed is
strange
great.
old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
She senses me. A useful talent.
Anasian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I swear this guy's just holding his nose while he's talking.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light.
Yeah, this is a really bad time for him to be here, huh?
Oh dear. Could it be that frail Hydelin has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Back to the Rising Stones. Oh, hello. That wasn't there before. You're here. I am here. Master Louisoix's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now.
You two!
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
Waking Sansa's prey return. What is the Rising Stones? That's a great question. Hurry back. Hurry back to the Rising Stones. Make haste.
What do you mean?
Be swift.
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you.
He just thinks he's so funny.
The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
A big spoiler question. Oh.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
How spoilery. And in regards to what?
You will not harm her!
You tell him, Umbrita.
Moonbreeder!
I feel like yes and no. Because there's other things at play preventing it.
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louisoix was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether.
Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Uh-oh. That's a bit of a problem. It's true. There's some stuff that it's like crazy to think that they even mentioned it this early on. Lumbrita.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
It's actually not a glam. This isn't glamored. It's just the gear you get from the story quests. The chrysalis. It's the Evenstar set. The staff is glamored. That's just the Garuda weapon. Speaking of, I don't need to repair yet. Okay. Surely. This shouldn't take too long to queue for, right? Look, it's fine. It works. I just look like I'm trying really hard to be Harley Quinn. Forget about me. Go! I'm trying to. I have to wait for the queue, Mambrita. There's so much urgency. And we're just like, yeah, we're going. Don't worry. We're on our way. Surely someone's doing their dailies right now. Be safe! Thanks for stopping in. And look forward to the recap. You'll probably want to watch the VOD before the recap. Just saying. Hell yeah. Yeah, definitely be careful if it's raining. Good luck. Mambrita, I'd love to help you. But I can't help you until we've done this fight, apparently. It looks like no one wants to do this fight. I'll sit with her while we wait. Okay. Brita, I think you'll be okay. I just really need to go to Snowcloak really quick. Don't worry, I'll be back. I can't teleport because I'm sitting. I'll be back before you know it. Jesus. Oh. Okay. Snowcloak is this way. Hell yeah. Have fun. Thanks for stopping by. I need people to queue for their trial daily. Please. It is an honor, madam. When you are ready, I shall lead you through the tunnels to the Aetherite. You should not be troubled by heretics or beasts along the way, so you may concentrate solely on the task at hand. May the Fury grant you the strength to strike down that heathen witch once and for all. The extreme is now accessible. Oh my god. As much as I want to try and do like the extremes and everything else, I'll have to wait until I get as far through the story as I possibly can. Is that who I think it is? It is! Hello again, Mr. Buttons. Maelstrom command. Coffeeman serve the Scions. You are, as ever, a welcome sight at Maelstrom Command. Our worst fears are realized. The primal Leviathan has returned to threaten our shores. We do not think it possible for the fishbacks to summon their rapacious god without a considerably longer period of preparation, but there can be no mistake. Prior to contacting Urianger, we received a report detailing the almost complete destruction of a merchant fleet upon the open sea. Only one vessel managed to limp into port, bearing the decidedly unwelcome news of Leviathan's resurgence. Judging by the testimony given by the surviving crew members, the massive waves the entity leveled against the ships dwarfed anything we have ever seen the Primal Command before. Should he unleash a tidal wave of similarly empowered proportions, Limso would be scraped from this island like a barnacle from a hull. It is with such dread imaginings, oh my god, in mind that I bid you sail forth to slay the Lord of the Whirl yet again. Our strategy remains unchanged. The twin vessel, the Whirl Leader, is already being prepared under the command of Storm Marshal Slafferson. Make your way to Morby Dry Docks once your own preparations are complete. Seek out Sergeant Sternlona, and she will see you safely aboard the ship. May the Navigator guide and protect you. Oh, one apparently gave me a hug. Storm Sergeant Stirlona. At your service. The world leader is loaded and ready, madam. I'll give the signal for the towing vessel to depart as soon as you are aboard. Leviathan was sighted some distance from the coast, so there should be more than enough time to build up to ramming speed. The entire crew is willing to lay down their lives to ensure you reach your target, madam, so you just concentrate on skewering that overgrown sea serpent. Amazing. I love that. Don't worry, Membrita, I'm coming back. Just hanging out. Waiting for this cue to pop. Pretty please, game. It's for the story. I mean, hopefully everybody's having a good time. We're just hanging out. I haven't used my Chocobo saddlebag yet. Okay. I got a new title. It's my current title. I don't have a title. Actually, Membrita, I'll be right back again. I'm gonna go look and see if I can find Gasol greens. I'll probably be better off looking. Actually, hold up a minute. If I had access to the merchants in my own house. I don't think this will have it. Nope. I do need to repair, though. Maybe I was wrong. Items? No. Furnishings, no. Oh my god. Let's go. Yeah, her shoulder definitely seems dislocated there. That looks like it hurts. Why the fade to white? Oh. Really? I'm gonna appear here? There we go. I don't know which one I have right now, but I'm hitting this. Oh, okay. There we go. I was like, this feels like it's taking an extra long time. Now I'm using my AoE ice rotation when I should be using my fire. I mean, no, not my fire. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Let's not worry about it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Oh, right, we do this again. Ooh. That's fine. Now. Ow. Oh. We don't have LB3. Oh, okay. Oh, they found it. Okay. Hell yeah. A secret Asian man. I forgot about that. Hell yeah. Thank you.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
I love that he waited.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
What trickery is this? No. No! Cannot! No!
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free! Concentrate! Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis Soir, I understand now. The choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Not immortal enough.
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
But we didn't.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louis Soir I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louis Soir hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louis Soir's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart.
Oh, shit.
Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louis Soir's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
My heart. That still makes me so upset. I loved Moonbreeder's character so much. Never have I seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlian Manor to celebrate Moonbreeder's life and mourn her passing. As Moonbreeder was a native of Charlian, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? It is a monument found at Rathfrost, and is sacred to Thaliak, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There we shall pray for our dear friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker, or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
That really does not bode well, does it? Oh, I can't fly over that. The rising stones feel somehow colder, and Brita always carried with her such an abundance of warmth and cheer. We must find some means of protecting ourselves from Asian intrusions. There must be a way. I don't feel much like talking at the moment. If you could just give me some time. I loathe to see Ida in such pain, but I have not the words to comfort her. Can you imagine it? I, Papalimo, the one who has an eloquent comment for every situation. I'm at a loss for words. Though we've said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedent 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Coffee Mincer? And unfortunately, that is where I must end. Oh, there's another cutscene. 'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisoix, Mumbrita, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need to remind you of this, of course. You're totally fine. It's for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Coffee Mincer. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. A victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on, towards the light of a new day. Okay. Now I really must end here. I still need to call my mom for her birthday. She's not messaged me, but I'm feeling like she probably forgot to let me know when she was free. as always, thank you all so much for coming by and hanging out with me. It means the world. If you're new here and you enjoy hanging out with us, subscribe on YouTube, follow me on Kick, hang out with us more. It's a good time. Become an espresso shot today. We're chilling. And then, as always, W. Millie, thank you so much for being a supporter on Ko-fi. Good night. Thank you so much for being here. Either way, everybody, please, 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 stay safe, stay sane. I hope you feel better soon. Like, I hope the cold is on its way out. Anywho, have a good night, or day, or whatever time it might be that